Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, you guys, welcome. Oh, you know what? I forgot to turn a fan off. Hang on. Sorry. Welcome. give me a second. Hang on. What a way to start, right? Okay. Anyhow. All right. So we are here for day 23 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Or is it the day 23 of the Boston police corruption trial? That's how it's really feeling at this point. If you guys were here on day 22, you saw that we saw or heard some insane text messages coming to and from Trooper Michael Proctor. We started cross-examination. We did not finish cross-examination. So today we are expecting to see a lot of fireworks from Action Jackson, Mr. Alan Jackson, one of the amazing defense attorneys in this case, who has just shown so much skill in this case so far. All right, folks, let's get some questions really quick. Or there's one question that I've got here from the Lucian. If an attorney submits some evidence, oh dang it, I did not get the second half of this. I'm sorry, Lucian. If an attorney submits some evidence the attorney should know isn't properly represented of this situation, like the mirrored video doesn't notify court of it, can't they get? I'm guessing, can they get in trouble? Potentially. There's a possibility of that. If you are misleading the court, that is not a good thing. Misleading the court, misleading the jury, never a good thing. So, all right, folks, let's not take too long going into it. And I'm sorry if there's more to your second part of your question. If you want to ask it again, tag me again. There we go. Perfect. Already. Finishing the question, can they get in trouble with the court and the bar? Yes, potentially. Yeah, they can, for sure. Also, Janet G., one thing you missed, one of the jurors is not there or able to continue. It's right after she asked them those 3 questions. Okay, so I haven't missed it yet. I have it paused here, so we will be watching together right here. And as always, we will get caught up. I'll pause it and give commentary. They will have recesses. They will have sidebars, and we will be fast forwarding through all of those, and we'll end up right where we need to be as usual. All right, folks. And also, Mrs. Hoglaw, great to see you in the chat. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying this trial too. Okay. All right, folks, let's get to it, shall we?
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
So she said,
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this
everyone's doing well on this.
since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. And you may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent
or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
All right, bringing in the witness, Trooper Michael Proctor. Also, I see in the chat folks are talking about when I was on Surviving the Survivor on Monday. So if you are familiar, Surviving the Survivor is another podcast out on YouTube. I was there for a fantastic discussion with Mark Betterow and Morjeta. Gosh, I can't remember her last name at the moment. But it was a really great discussion about this case. So if you haven't done so already, be sure to go and check it out. I had a great time there. I would love to go back to Surviving the Survivor for more discussion on stuff like that. Mods, if you happen to find the link, if you can drop it in the chat, and then drop it in the chat, and then we'll get in there. I'll try to get it in the description as well after that. So, and is there anything else here before we get going? There are some questions coming in. I will be answering those. I'm saving them. I'll answer them when we have a moment. And otherwise, let's get going with this cross-examination. Who else is pumped about this cross-examination? Because it's going to be insane. And also, yes, Wi-Fi is better this time. I'm no longer on an island, although I have, beach imagery behind me. I am on the mainland, so internet should not be a factor today.
It's almost for the evidence of the court during the case. Now we're going to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Nothing but the truth, Trooper Proctor.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to omit the packet of text messages with bait stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
Already a sidebar. All right. Good thing we start a little late around here for that reason. Fast forward. Moving on down the line.
Set of,
All right.
may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right, if you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at counsel table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive bait stamp numbers.
On
Next
Princess
packet
207,
will be
thanks for the link
2680
to STS.
through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark ZZ. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 through 2679. The next is just 2 pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620. Then packet 2628 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583 to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
I'm expecting the first question out of the gate to be kind of insane.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yana, you're breathing into the mic again.
Thank you. All right, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with.
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
Yes, let's fight over the definition of a few hours. Let's fight over the idea that 16 hours later is a long time for this investigation to be taking place, right? We definitely routinely see investigations closed out within 24 hours, right? It's certainly not an active investigation for days and days and weeks and months. 24 hours, less than 24 hours. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's fight over that, Trooper Proctor. See how that works for you in front of the jury. This is not going to help. This is something that I anticipate is going to happen here. Alan Jackson is going to go through all of these text messages all over again. And that's his right, because they went through them on direct examination. The defense now has a right to also go over them and in the way that they want to. So he's going to do this again, and it's going to be slow and it's going to be painful, because we have seen Alan Jackson in the way that he cross-examines people, especially when he feels like they deserve it. So this is going to be slow and painful, and this is going to likely draw out some defensiveness from the witness, which is also only going to make this worse for the prosecution.
About 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
I said the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I
Really?
simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
This
The
explanation
question
is terrible.
that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's
All right, we've got some visualization of these texts now, so we can read along with them. Even better for the defense.
not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your
Sure does.
nope.
Sure does.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's
That's
death.
not what
And
you
you knew
said.
this.
But that's not what you said in the text message. That's not what you said in the text message. Because so it's clear that what he's saying is like, I said nope and then a why. And the new why that he's trying to supply it with is he had nothing to do with it. Also, how does he know that 16 hours into the investigation? Like, how does he truly know that 16 hours into the investigation? Like, this is just so terrible. So terrible. And also, I didn't mean to pause it at that moment in that frame, but look at how satisfied Karen is looking right now. She's like, got him.
16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish
Some-
your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Call for speculation.
Are you talking about the members of your unit that were part of this group thread also, that were reacting similarly and talking similarly, and no one was telling you that what you were saying was completely inappropriate? Those people? Okay, because I don't trust any of them at this point. I don't trust their opinions at this point. I don't trust that they made sound, reasonable, dispassionate conclusions about the investigation 16 hours into this case.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, jurors need to hear you digging that shovel deeper. They need to hear you spewing BS for the rest of this day. They got to hear it. So speak up. Speak up when you're lying.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene,
The fact that he hammers this 16 hours in again and again is powerful for the defense. It's just keep reminding the jury that he made these conclusions at that point in time, that early in the investigation.
before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation.
Which no one had found, by the way, at that point in time, unless he's talking about the 5 or 6 teeny tiny pieces that had been found by Trooper O'Hara at the end of the day. Is he referring to that?
I asked,
But also, like at that point, there is evidence that we know of at this point that explains those tiny pieces. Perhaps. It's insane. It's insane that he made the conclusion that quickly.
did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes,
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him, ? Right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Whoa.
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or no.
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
And the paramedics told him, based on the conversation they had with the paramedics, they had the impression that this was a beating death. And so he decided that he had more expertise on this kind of a thing than paramedics do. Sure, Jan. Sure. Okay.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified.
Oh, you're still figuring out how those injuries occurred, and yet you made that determination 16 hours in at this point, right? Like you just said it was open and shut. You knew who it was. You knew who was responsible. You knew what happened. And yet you're now saying, well, we didn't know how those injuries exactly happened, but we knew it was Karen Reed. That much we did know. You got to be kidding me, man.
Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death. Correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of his shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay.
Oh, that is a beautiful case of cross-examnesia. I can't really remember if there was ever a case that was quite like that. Not off the top of my head right now. I'm kind of stumped because I'm sitting on cross-examination. Cross-examnesia. Man. He knew he was caught there. That's why he had to sit and think about it for a minute.
So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
Yeah. Why would
I
you object to that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
You can't recall, guys? It's just a simple case of Canton cross-examination. That's all. That's all. Cross-examination.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Commentary.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement. according to-
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do so, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Berg writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl, by the way,
The defendant.
Karen Reed.
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the reaction of David Yannetti, just looking at the jury and just shaking his head, and Karen Reed just staring at the witness and just smiling and nodding like, oh yeah, you followed the evidence, did you? Are you sure about that? Just ridiculous. This is a nice little. I get annoyed when they focus too much on like the parties when the witness is testifying. I want to see the witness, but this right here is actually kind of a funny reaction to watch.
Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
We'll see.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be, I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5050.
And really quick, let me just get these super chats because we've got to get this this going on. And also a member comment, Flyers Gal 12, thanks so much for being a member for 12 months. I made taco. It has been a fun year. Wonderful. Thank you so much for supporting the channel for over a year now at this point. Thank you so much. Super, super kind and generous. You help keep the lights on here. Harbor Seal, thanks so much for the super chat. Someone open a side bar next to this courthouse. Oh, that's a good one. I would love to see one. Joshua Frost, thanks for the super chat. Betting odds on a juror just standing up and blurting out, "What the F, Your Honor," at some point today. Well, that would probably result in a mistrial. And at this point, I think it's the defense's case to lose. So I don't necessarily want to see a mistrial happen. Although, would the prosecution bring this case again? I don't know. Shell Spiker, thanks for the super chat. Also, can the jury find Karen Reed guilty on a lesser charge? I got to look at the charges. I've got to look at the charges. If they have brought a lesser included charge as well, then it's possible. But I don't know. I've got to take a look at that. TJM, this guy looks like he loves Limp Bizkit. Hey, we're not gonna knock anybody who likes any kind of music around here, but that is kind of a funny comment. And also TJM, using nicknames to avoid being identified easy. Honestly, I think these are just high school nicknames that stick around. Those kind of things just sort of happen. TJM, also Karen casting voodoo spells at Proctor. LOL. Look, she doesn't even need to. I think somebody else has already cast some kind of voodoo magic on him. Or, we can also just say that this guy just needs to be held accountable for his own actions, regardless of whatever kind of voodoo magic it may have been cast upon him by someone who very much disliked him.
51 changes gears. And he writes, "She hot at least?" Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was,
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Like I said, we are going to go through all of these text messages all over again. TJM, thanks so much for the super chat. I've always loved seeing tough cops, quote unquote, look like wounded teddy bears when they can't be bullies like on the street. And to be fair, I will add and clarify that not all cops are like this. This brings a really bad name to all cops everywhere, all good cops everywhere. And there are a lot of them. And which is one of the reasons why I find this completely outrageous. And I just cannot help but completely lampoon this guy because he makes Massachusetts look bad. He makes Massachusetts State Police look bad. He makes all cops everywhere look bad. And I hate it. I hate to see it. And I hate to see this investigation be treated so poorly. And the O'Keefe family have their family member just completely forgotten and left in the dust by this absolutely junior varsity activity. M. DeLorean, thanks for the super chat. Proctor has trouble CUN textualizing things. Yes, Yes, that's the other thing is he has no good explanations for any of these. He's trying to give explanations. He's really trying. He's had multiple opportunities to do so, and none of his explanations are good. None of them. None of them help to sort of contextualize or give us the ability to understand why he would be feeling this way. This is not someone in the midst of a horrible divorce who absolutely hates the person that is trying to gouge him of all of his livelihood, right? Like this is not Johnny Depp. This is not the same thing. I've seen some people trying to compare the two, but this is completely different. This is a guy who has no reason to be emotional or passionate in talking about this particular case. He is supposed to be dispassionate. He is supposed to be professional. He's not supposed to be saying 95% of these things in terms of like who he's talking to. So it's there's no comparison between those two, and yeah, this is just horrible. It's disgusting. TJM also thanks for the super chat. To be fair, it seems like it's the mass state police culture. That is how it looks with those group texts with his colleagues and supervisors. That is also true. However, I wouldn't want to say that this is representative of all Massachusetts State Police troopers, because hey, there have to be good guys in there too, right? There have to be. But again, I mean, when there's this evidence, the question then becomes, how deep does this rot go? Just how far does this culture go? How widespread is it? Is it every single one? Is it all of Massachusetts? Is it the Boston area? Is it Canton? Like where exactly is this that this is happening? And how far does it spread? How deep does it spread? How high up the chain does it spread? We don't know. All we know is that it definitely goes beyond Trooper Michael Proctor at this point, which is not good.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least? Question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Misread.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body or physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then. Correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
But is he wrong? Does anybody have a different understanding of what that means? Like this is, yeah, once again, objectifying her and reducing her to what her appearances are. Therefore, there's no merit to her rights. There's no merit to questioning whether or not she actually is guilty or innocent if she's not hot. I'm sorry. How is that not offensive to every single woman in existence? TJM, thanks for another super chat. It's reinforced and encouraged by the command staff. Agreed. We have evidence of that. We have evidence of that here. At the very least, the supervisors that were in that chat. And like I said before, the question is, there is this open question, very open question of how far this goes. Could be much farther. Maybe not. I would like to find out. I would love to hear about an external investigation into the Massachusetts State Police at this point. I don't trust an internal investigation.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. The content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Great. Awesome.
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking you, did you think it was funny?
It's funny.
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
According to my response at the time, I don't want to say it. I don't want to admit it, but I'm reading this as an objective third person who was not actually part of this conversation, and by that objective observation, I can tell that the response was laughter, and so therefore the person was in fact laughing. Like, come on, man. It's just trying to distance yourself from these text messages. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. You're stuck. You're nailed to the center of this target right now. Rainman YCC, thanks so much for the super chat. The feds won't have any interest in this matter. The only dog that might have been available to be shot has already been rehomed. Man, I don't know. I mean, the feds are actively investigating this case, so I don't know. Dan Luch, thanks so much for the super chat. And once again, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Imagine if they had Albert and Higgins' phones. Just imagine. Just imagine. And that's the other thing too, is there have been so many questions. It's a really great point. There have been so many questions about their phones, and people that are staunchly pro prosecution for this case have tried to like poo-poo that, tried to like wave that away of whatever. Like they didn't actually destroy evidence. They didn't get rid of anything that they weren't allowed to get rid of. But there still is this question of like, what was on those phones? And now that we're seeing these messages, it's, they're not the same person as this guy, but they're like, we know like a horrible extent to which this can go in terms of text messages that are exchanged between people. So what was on those phones? What was on those phones? I'm curious. I'm sure a lot of other folks are as well. Heather Miller, thank you so much for the generous super chat. I know it's not really his intention, but I feel like AJ is vindicating not only Karen, but all women who have been objectified, and I'm here for it. I hope all the women in Proctor's life make his life miserable for his comments. I do not anticipate him being able to go in public for a while and not have stares from like random women on the street or in the bar or in the restaurant or what have you. I would imagine that this is going to follow him for a long time, because this is very clearly how he's looking at women, how he's talking about women, how he's thinking about women. I mean, this is, as Jackson pointed out at the beginning of this cross-examination, this is private conversation. He never thought that anybody was going to be seeing these conversations. He never thought that anyone would see these comments that he's making about Karen Reed. This is so bad for the prosecution and so bad for Trooper Proctor personally. This is going to follow him for the rest of his life.
Then you sent a picture just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
TJM, thanks for the super chat. Proctor's wife stands by him and lashes out at people online. You know, that wouldn't surprise me if you're hitched to someone's wagon, and then you're hitched to someone's wagon. But I would wonder how much that lashing out. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. I don't know the nature of what her communications online have truly been like. But I would imagine that that's, you know, part of that is like I'm hooked to this whole situation now. I don't know if she's seen all of these text messages. I don't know how much she's going to be able to do that kind of you know, make those kind of communications moving forward after this. I don't know.
Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, "Is that chick a smoke?" Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
I just you can tell how I mean, well, also another screenshot right here of Jackson, Karen Reed, and Yannetti just staring at him like, please explain what you mean by this. Please explain to the jury, these objective people that are not your high school buddies, what exactly did you mean by that? What did you mean by a leaky balloon knot, which is just horrible, horrifying. I'm mixing words here now. I'm so disgusted. But this is a great screenshot right here of just the disgust coming from the entire defense team.
You're
Sorry, I'm going to go back to the question because I want to know just how much silence there was. I want to be able to count out the seconds before his response starts.
she's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
You're essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Jesus Christ.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months?
Jesus
several
Christ.
years prior. 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But he knew everything he needed to know about Karen Reed, didn't he? This is just so horrible, so awful, so disgusting. This is just a disgusting excuse for a human being. The fact that there were even thoughts in his mind about any of this that go to this level is one thing. And then to go to the next level to talk about them, to say them. I'm not about thought policing or anything like that, but like this is on a level of like, what does this indicate about the rot that's inside his brain?
But you decided
Disgusting.
that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. Sorry.
Husar 1683, thanks for the super chat. Proctor's chat group tomorrow. Wah wah. People are mean to us. Sometimes it's justified though. Sometimes people need to
I'm
be
sorry.
reminded that this is wrong.
You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
Not done yet. We're just getting started.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
Sidebar. It's a good time to bring up a super chat. Alex025, thanks so much for the super chat. This guy is horrible, but is he even the worst one in his station? We only have his and his buddies' messages. That's an excellent question too. Like I said, we have no idea how far this goes. We have no idea how deep this goes. We have no idea how high up the chain this goes. This is indicative of a culture. Who is part of this culture? I definitely want to know. I think that the citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts deserve to know. Absolutely, they deserve to know. Because who is supposed to be serving and protecting the citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? If these guys, like this is who is Massachusetts' finest? Really? This is the best that they can do? Come on.
You are unmuted.
Afroman,
Without
that-
reference to-
Take that down.
thanks for the
Without
chat.
reference to the specific.
And it was just locker room talk. Nothing to see here, right? There is, I mean, I do think that there are ways in which people have personal conversations about things, where you talk about things that are, you know, maybe not the best in most social circumstances, right? There's a time and place to make some jokes. There's a time and place to say things that are inappropriate for a laugh. You know, like who hasn't gone to an improv, for example, where the comedian says something absolutely outrageous just for a reaction. There are things like that. I believe in comedy. I believe in being able to be outrageous, to get a reaction, to get people to laugh and things like that. But like that goes nowhere to this. This is different. This is very, very different. This is not just basic comedy. This is not, you know, someone just trying to get a rise out of their buddies. This is not locker room talk. This goes far beyond locker room talk.
Of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
Okay. So another sidebar. Judge Canone is not satisfied. We're going to fast forward.
Specifics of the word. Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
So he knows the definition of integrity. He knows that it's doing the right thing when no one is looking, and yet he cannot comport himself to it. Clearly, as is apparent from these text messages. It's great because his answer just ties perfectly back to Alan Jackson's first question, or one of his first questions in this cross-examination today, which was, these text messages were you never intended for anybody to see these, right? In other words, no one was looking, right? This is how you comported yourself when no one was looking. So he knows the definition. He just doesn't know how to act like it. Or maybe he does and he doesn't care. Who cares about, the distinction between those two?
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation and this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family.
Ruh-roh.
Correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question.
But that was not a question, sir. This was not the question. The question was, did you know anyone in the Albert and McCabe family? Did you know anyone? Not just certain members. This was your prior testimony, sir. This is what you testified to in a prior hearing under penalty of perjury was, I knew no one from the Albert and McCabe family. And now he's trying to wiggle out of it and said, well, I didn't know certain people, or I only knew certain people, or I didn't know so-and-so, or that person, or this person, or that. Like, sir, answer straightforward. Answer in a straightforward manner. Yes or no. Is that what you testified to? And is that the truth? You testified to it before. Clearly it's not the truth because you testified differently today.
Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024 that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
If you were telling the truth, you probably wouldn't need to review it, though. Let's be real. Let's be real. If you have been consistent every single time that you've been asked, if you've been consistent and you know it comes from the truth, Like, let's say someone's memory about a particular event, about something that happened, about the ordering of who showed up when. Okay, that kind of thing can be, maybe you don't remember a detail like that. Whether you testified to knowing members of an entire family that are materially involved in this particular case, that's something that someone would remember.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563. If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished. There, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
I don't like the answer that is about to come in, Your Honor, so I would like to try to prevent it and give as much airtime as possible between the question and the answer. All right, fast forwarding through the sidebar.
Same conversation took place. Quote, did not know, and quote, did you communicate with?
Sorry, I went way too fast.
You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Not what he asked. We're talking about the Alberts. You testified on Monday that you know Julie Albert. She used to babysit for your sister, who you're really close with. You're close enough with your sister to talk about this case with her. Come on, man. Stop trying to weasel out of this. It's only making you look scummier.
So you do know the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have
relations.
been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes,
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about
But you said in that statement, I did not have a relationship, nor did I know any members of the Albert or McCabe family. So that includes just knowing the Alberts.
of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert
there with
or
Jackson.
McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
It's a little
Not sure I
compound, but
can.
yeah.
I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie. What,
No, absolutely not.
you stand by that
Yes, of course it was. Of course it was.
testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Really quick, let me get some of these super chats here. And Wings, thanks for the super chat. Where is the overwhelming evidence Proctor is referring to? I would like to know the same thing. I would love to know where that overwhelming evidence is hiding because I have not seen it. Pule and Ivis, thank you so much for the super chat. I just cannot believe that a cop is acting like this memorialist conversations weren't ever going to come up in court. Like I said, this is junior varsity behavior. This is the JV team investigating this case, apparently. Bonnie Scotland, thanks for the super chat. Massachusetts resident here. Stop hinting MA cops are dirty because you're wrong. Not you, Alita. I've got a close friend, Massachusetts trooper, and cares about people and protecting them. Family members were cops too and would never act like this. Hey, yeah, I mean, I am right there with you. I'm right there with you. This guy brings a bad name to good cops everywhere, to include men and women who are serving in the Massachusetts State Police. So it's disgusting. Like it's disgusting on so many levels. Just because, thanks so much for the super chat. Right now, the only way I will give Justin Timberlake a redemption is if he records a parody of Dirty Pop about his case and calls it Dirty Cops. Dirty Cop. Bow, bow. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you for the belly laughs.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Okay. All right, feel free to stand up. This is going to be a long sidebar. We're going to catch up a little bit. TJM, thanks for the super chat. The good cops don't speak up, though. There is some difficulty in that. I don't think we can necessarily, blame good cops for not going out and speaking out against their departments, what have you. There are ways in which people might be thinking that they can get a solution or try to solve things, change things from within. There are all kinds of things. Or also, sometimes you're just not allowed to talk about things. There are some crazy repercussions that can happen if you do. So I can't necessarily, I understand what you're saying, and sunshine is always the best disinfectant. I completely agree. I think that it would be great if we had more whistleblowers talking about stuff, but I also can't necessarily blame good cops for not always just throwing their careers completely under the bus as well, especially if they are thinking that they can change things for the better when they see a problem by trying to do the right thing in different ways, I should say.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Integrity only matters when it's hard to do. I understand that one, TJM. Thanks for another super chat. Okay. Whoops. All right.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
It's going to talk about the wedding.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo.
As in bad, bad, bad.
And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me, with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Hang on. Sorry, guys. I got to go back and hear that again.
Just a moment. Court CP,
Correct.
correct? You had been February P does
Uh,
I need to hear what the actual text was.
in this.
Okay.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, this is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me, with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
Ski video.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay. And then we'll fast forward through this part here. So ski weekends, is this a ski weekend that they all went on together?
Move to do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
Ooh.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie
Ooh.
Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I vet out, but I don't know.
I'm sorry, what? You would trust your child with this person, but she's a total stranger to you. She's a total stranger to you. Now I get it. You know, hiring a babysitter, you know, sometimes you can hire someone that you're trying out someone new, you know, you've got some teenager or something like that, you know, that kind of stuff can also happen. But like sir, like in all your experience as a police officer, and I'm sure you've seen some crap or heard about some crap dealing with, you know, children as victims, and you're not going to be circumspect about who you have watching your kid. You're not going to have any standards at all. You're going to have a total stranger watching your kid with that experience in mind. I'm calling BS.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have.
Yes.
TJM, thanks for the super chat. Being worried for their careers for doing the right thing doesn't speak well for it being an honorable profession from top down. I agree. I'm just my point is that
You wrote a report on October.
my point is that it's complex. It's complex for good cops to decide to speak out. Sue B here says my grandfather was a cop and worked with dirty cops. It's hard when it's your livelihood. He eventually left. I mean, that's the thing too, is that like it becomes so difficult sometimes that the struggle is just staying in and trying to fight the good fight. I completely can understand that. TJM, Trooper Proctor, Voldemort lies like a rug. I would not be surprised if we were to if it were to be revealed that he in fact split his soul into 7 different Horcruxes. I would not be surprised at this point. TJM, did you order the code red? Thank you for the super chats.
October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough. You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. If you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you. How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous. You recall that?
Oh, but he never talked about the details of the investigation with his sister Courtney Proctor, right? This is what he said on Monday. We trust him, right? We trust that what he said was the truth. We trusted it back then, even as he was justifying those text messages with her. Now she wants to know how the interview went with Julie Albert. Huh. Interesting. Do those sound like details? Perhaps. What did he tell her in these text messages now?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, it was fine. Just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Ha 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 ha. Why would she possibly be nervous? What would she possibly have anything to be nervous for? I got this whole case covered, bish. that is how this looks. Hey, she's got no reason to worry. Alberts have no reason to worry. McCabe's have no reason to worry. Don't be nervous about this. Papa Proctor's got this covered. Like, this is just ridiculous. Oops, didn't mean to pause it. Wait, no, now I paused it.
Your investigation. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
Newsworthy.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022.
Newsworthy stuff. The interview with Julie Albert was newsworthy? I don't think that's newsworthy. That sounds like the inner details of an active investigation.
Is that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
And then what?
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. You don't need to show this at this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes,
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Really? Oh, really? I mean, truthfully, this is overdue.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
It's overdue. Let's be real. This has all been suspicious for the last hour and 40 minutes.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later,
In
3:06.
other words, you can tell me everything. Tell me everything, and I will help protect you. That's also how that can be interpreted.
On January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Number one, evidence of him talking the details of this investigation. The details. These are definitely details of the investigation that he says that he did not talk with his sister about. And then she says, these are our friends. Our, not my friends. Our friends. Interesting. But I didn't know the Alberts or the McCabe's, and I didn't have a relationship with the Alberts or the McCabe's. Interesting. Huh. Wow.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
That's the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing
Well,
too specific.
newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
She was, well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No,
So the only information we're to believe, you talked to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
the information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed.
I mean, to be fair, there are people who text more than call. Of course, I'm one of them. I tend to text more than I phone call. But if there's something that is kind of sensitive or confidential, or like you would never want to be read out loud in a courtroom, it's like smarter to have that conversation by phone. Of course, clearly this guy is not smart enough to, thankfully, right? Because we'd never know about it. We'd never know about it if he actually was like semi-intelligent and had thought for 2 seconds about the fact that this could all end up being read out loud in a courtroom and his whole life could explode as a result. And the life of the people around him, to include his sister now, to include Julie Albert, to include all of these other people who are involved now in this case, in this massive web. But that's a very good question by Jackson, which is like, is it just in these text messages? Or was there more conversation that you shared when you happened to stop by for family dinner, right? Like when you guys all got together for some kind of a family event over a weekend, for barbecue or what have you. Like what were other contexts in which you had opportunity to talk about this case? And I'm sure folks wanted to talk about this case because this is a huge case in this area, and they know the people that are involved, as has been highlighted in these text messages. Why would you not want to talk about it? Of course you'd want to know everything about it. Oh boy, man, it's crazy.
This case verbally over the phone or in person with Courtney?
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that things that have been newsworthy items that have gone
Newsworthy. There it is again.
to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
I wish I had uploaded the meme from Princess Bride where he's like, I don't think you know what that word means. You keep using that word, but I don't think you know what that means. Because he keeps using the word newsworthy as if that's supposed to like wash away the fact that he's talking about these details in this investigation. And Jackson has to keep reminding him, like, so you would have gone to the news, you would have gone to the media to say, I've got to go and talk to Julie Albert. I've got to go and do this, or this information came up and this is very interesting for this investigation. Like, this is just, yeah, exactly. Inconceivable. But yeah, newsworthy is like this little label that he's trying to slap onto it as if it's going to somehow ameliorate the fact that he's talking about the details of this investigation with people that he should not be talking to about this case. Inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable.
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor. With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you, what's up?
Yes.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time.
Yep.
You were asked about this.
Because we're going to go through this nice and slow, Trooper Proctor, line by line, because we gotta go over some things here about a gift. I know you want to rush through it, but Jackson's going to go through this procedurally, like a surgeon.
On direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. Remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife, who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like, look, I am the spouse of someone who is employed by the federal government. A gift to me would be a gift to my husband. It doesn't matter. We share the same roof. So whether it is a gift that is given to him or a gift that is given to his wife or a gift that is given to his child, that can be an improper gift. Does not matter, sir. And you should know that by now. How long have you been a police officer at this point?
Yes.
For your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
The way he reads it, the way Jackson just,
You're aware
his dramatic reading is great.
during the course of your investigation. Well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case, variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
potential people, whatever?
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses. Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records.
Of course not.
No.
Why would he?
Did Courtney
Why would he? Because remember, Julie Albert has nothing to worry about with Trooper Proctor being on this case, being the lead investigator on this case. In fact, it is laughable that she ever had any worries about being a witness in this case.
ever tell you that she had consistent?
Asking about why it's sustained. His objections that are getting sustained are typically like argumentative. It's the way in which he's asking them. They're just a little too, they edge a little bit too far on the him making a statement as opposed to him asking a question. And he can phrase them in a way that sounds much more like he's asking a question, but that's his style too, is to sort of like ride that edge between a statement and a question. And what he's getting at, but sometimes he steps a little bit over that line, and that's where the judge has determined the line is. And every judge has their own idiosyncrasies, they have their own preferences, they have their own, so some judges like have a particular line on what is argumentative, what is not argumentative. If you watched the classic trials, Menendez trial with us before we jumped into this case, if you've familiarized yourself with that particular case, the argumentative objections in that case are particularly sensitive. So here there's a lot more oomph that can be given on cross-examination than there were in that one. But there's every judge has their preferences, and when it's kind of up to the attorneys to figure out like where that judge's line is, because that is, typically up to the judge's discretion, like where that line is. And so, you've got to roll with the judge's rules on these kinds of things. And so Jackson just, he just rides that edge between the two as much as possible. So that's for
Communications with Julie Albert.
Sorry, I'm
Did
going to
you
go back a little bit.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Do you believe that at this point? Any response that he gives that's essentially like, trust me, bro, trust the words that are coming out of my mouth. I can't trust anything that's coming out of his mouth that isn't not verifiable. TJM, thanks for the super chat. How many Valium do you think he took to become up there? I don't know, man. TJM, drinking game for every time he says regrettable, lies, or says something Weasley. Let's get crunk. I don't want to be responsible for folks being hospitalized or getting liver disease, so please don't do that. The Rubber Duck 77. Thanks also for the super chat. The body was on their front lawn. How could he not suspect the Alberts unless it's bias? 18 hours into the investigation? Yeah, I agree. Oliver Olson, thanks for the super chat. This is a few minutes back, but remember the babysitter wasn't for a 7 to 12-year-old. This was for a 2 and 4-year-old, if I recall correctly. If that's the case, that is someone who definitely requires vetting to babysit. Gooner 1950, thanks for the super chat. Question, can defense call Courtney? Yes. And someone else asked this earlier, Elena also, is Courtney Proctor going to testify? She is not on the Commonwealth's witness list, but you know whose list she's on? The defense. So very interesting if they call her. I don't know if they need to call her, but maybe, I mean, she's at the very least, she is on the list. So they have reserved the right to call her. So she's fair game, so to speak.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement, or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
If you're trying to find out where someone is, you might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If if there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay,
show
Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. See if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Okay, let's skip through this.
Does this appear to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report
Colin
on
Albert.
that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes,
Colin
along
Albert
with Trooper
told you
Zach
that
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize that you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of her tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that on alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see Councilor Zaka. 15, 20 minutes.
Morning recess. Okay, so we are probably actually going to get right caught up here. Although we do have a lot of questions to get through. Okay, so while we go through this recess, let's go through some questions. Folks have got a lot that I've got to get caught up on. Okay. Talking about that Life 360, I am very, very curious to hear about that. Folks asking what was wrong with that last question. It might have something to do with her concern that he's going to be asking about some expert testimony, digital forensics, something like that. I feel like you should be able to get to something about Life 360, whether or not he looked at it, whether or not that was something that was part of his investigation, whether or not he knew about it and then decided to either disregard it or investigate. Like that is important. That is important. It's relevant. It's something that he can testify to. So I'm wondering if he's going to be revisiting that after the recess. If not, we'll see. But otherwise it might be that the concern is that he's going to be getting into expert testimony territory. So wow. Okay, let's get some questions here. Lucian, question: if an attorney submits some evidence the attorney should know isn't properly investigated. Oh, wait, we got this one. Splits personality. I caught up on the Cape Coral Wade Wilson trial yesterday, and while it was an open and closed case, I forgot how refreshing it was to see a police investigation well done and unbiased, right? Isn't it great when an investigation happens the way that it should? I mean, that's how I felt about the case I've talked about a couple times before from Austin, Texas, the love triangle murder trial involving the cyclists. Caitlin, what's her face? She was the defendant. That one was beautifully done. The investigation was perfect. They went down the avenues that they needed to before making a determination. The digital forensics just completely buried the defendant in that case, and it was great. It was a beautiful example of good police work. Jonathan Willig questioned Armstrong. Thank you, Desiree Bula in the chat. Caitlin Armstrong, that's who it was. Jonathan Willig questioned, would Lally be subject to a Brady violation? And if yes, what is the possible punishments? There are some wide ranging punishments for a Brady violation. You can, convictions have been overturned because of Brady violations. Definitely going very, very deep into the consequences there for a Brady violation. So would he be subject to that? If we're talking about, it depends on what we're talking about. Was that in reference to the Sallyport footage or something? If there is evidence that he knew of, and he did not turn it over and he buried it as opposed to handing it over, that is exculpatory, that is a Brady violation. So that's, depending on what we're talking about, it's possible. It goes to like, what did they know and when did they know it? Desiree Bula questioned, do attorneys give their clients a heads up of when they might discuss sensitive material on trial? I can imagine how difficult it must have been to hear all those horrible things on the stand. I think you mean maybe in terms of the family. Yeah, they'll get a heads up. They'll get a heads up when, for example, like the medical examiner is going to be testifying and photos of John O'Keefe on the table during the autopsy are going to be shown, or things like that. So there are some things. Yes, the family is definitely going to be getting a heads up in terms of like the sensitive nature of testimony and evidence that's going to be coming forward. That's just like what they absolutely should be doing in any case. Mark Smith, Legalbytes question, with a clear prejudice shown by the lead investigator, can the defense not just have this case dismissed? Prosecution can decide to voluntarily dismiss this case, but do they want to is another question. Elaborate, Legalbytes, wait, so how did Alina become Alita? It's Lithuanian in nature. Alita is a diminutive or like a nickname for Alina. It's like saying Susie for Suzanne, basically. And hang on one second here. So we've got some movement in the courtroom. Let me get some more questions though before we get back to it here. Also, super chat just because. Thank you so much. Anyone else feel weird they extracted Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts' phone, but they just did a manual exam of Karen Reed's phone? Just realized it. Did they do a full extraction? The other part of it though is that they had her phone from like the very beginning, from January 29th, I think. So that's another part there, that it's like her communications with other people from that point on. I don't know. She maybe had another phone afterwards. I don't know. I'm not sure. About those details there. Dionysia Jaclo question, can he plead the fifth at this point? Not really. There are some big consequences. You can't plead halfway through and just walk away scot-free. Splits personality question. How is there no protection for this kind of information? How is there no sort of protection on these things like HIPAA, but for cops? Well, there are rules about not revealing, confidential information that you get access to because of the nature of your work as a police officer, that you are not supposed to be sharing that kind of information. Like same thing goes with lawyers, right? We often get access to all kinds of information through litigation. You get access to, if there are, financial damages that are involved. And so being in employment litigation, for example, you've got to look at sometimes tax returns, or sometimes because you've got to look at the income impact to the plaintiff, for example, like how much did this actually impact their income? How much have they been able to earn over the last, year or two or three since this whole thing happened? You get access to that kind of stuff, and that's sensitive. And so you're not supposed to be sharing that. There are rules about that as well. And there can be punishments also for that. So, it's there. The HIPAA does not cover cops, but I agree. This is sensitive information that should not be shared by any cop. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, 16. Do you have a guess what that 16 hours refers to? Not outside of this case. I can't say I'm familiar. I'm so sorry. Life on Makeup, Legalbytes. I have law enforcement friends. they won't even discuss ongoing investigations in person with me, professionally or otherwise. Just discussing it is damaging. Agreed. You can't have a leak in the investigation, because you've got to have it in a closed circle so you can do the investigation properly. The Lucian, Legalbytes, technically, Jackson didn't ask what Proctor's interpretation was. Jackson has a habit of asking what the sender's intent was. However, so yes, that can be speculative. However, because he's in a conversation with this other person in text messages, he can, get away with it to a certain extent, because he's responding to those text messages from the other person. So he has an understanding of what this other person said and what this other person meant, which you can deduce by his response. So like, there, to a certain extent, you can still get to that in these conversations, because he's like, what does that mean? What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? And how does that inform your response to this person? So there is some of that he can still get to. And I don't, Pitbull Crew, I think I meant to get another question. I apologize to whoever's question I probably missed on that one. Jonathan Willig, Proctor's wife posted on Instagram on Monday about how proud she is of him and his professionalism, and how the weirdos who sensationalize this case and harassed him are the real problem. I think she needs to revisit a certain Taylor Swift song. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me, because this is a problem is, hey, whatever. It's her husband. She wants to stand by her husband. That's loyalty. That's fine. In sickness and in health. And, for richer, for poorer, for dirty, for clean cop, I guess. But hey, I'm not going to criticize someone for standing within their marriage, by the person that they have chosen to live with for the rest of their life. But that definitely sounds like some denial for sure. Debbie Faison Cook, how did Proctor's personal text messages get admitted into evidence? Well, I don't know how they were able to argue for the extraction. How they were able to get to that point, because they had to convince the judge that there was something there, right? That could be gotten here. And so I don't know the actual lore of how they accomplished that, but the way that they were able to admit it is this is highly relevant. It's prejudicial, but it's definitely more relevant than prejudicial, because this is the lead investigator, and this is talking about the investigation of the case. This is talking about how he was able to, or how he was talking about this stuff with so many people that he shouldn't have been. I mean, the relevance here as to what this means about his mindset in investigating the case is huge. So, excuse me. So this is, yeah, so that's how they were able to get it in, is because this is highly relevant, way more relevant than prejudicial. It's going directly to whether or not the investigation was proper in this case, which is a central question in the case, in any kind of a case, is whether the investigation is proper. Mark Mullins, question, Alita, do you think that the judge maybe stopped Mr. Jackson from continuing the text thread questions because it was becoming prejudicial and not probative? For that particular one, I'm sorry, I should have answered this one more in the moment. I don't remember. It could be if he's starting to go over things multiple times. Sometimes, judges will make someone move on, but I don't think that's what happened here. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm so sorry. I can't really answer that question very well. Ashley Roman question, do you know if these text messages came out from the FBI investigation, or how they got seized and revealed? Makes you think they probably do this with level of professionalism with all their work. It definitely seems that way. Or at the very least, it opens up a very big question about that, right? 100%. It could be that these text messages were taken as a result of the FBI investigation. So it could be that they got this from the feds. So that's another explanation for potentially how they got these text messages. I'm actually very curious to find out. Matthew Baxter, Japan travel writer. Question: in what way and who could Reed sue in relation to how the cops have behaved? How much could it help her legal bills? I mean, public disclosure of private information, about her medical diagnoses, that's not at all relevant to the investigation. Not at all. Like that should not have been information that was shared with anyone, because it's not relevant to the investigation or to the alleged crime. So she could, I mean, I can see a claim. I can't necessarily see a claim about defamation, because you have to have a lie involved, but public disclosure of private information that is sensitive in nature, you could sue for that. Life on makeup question: would a juror be dismissed from the trial for having the connection that Proctor had to the Alberts? Ken Jackson asked that. Would a juror be from, oh, sorry, I've got to reread this. Yes, they would be dismissed if they had a connection to Proctor or to the Alberts or to anyone in this particular case. That typically is going to be sussed out at the very beginning when they are selecting the jury. That's one of the things that they were in fact asking these people is, do you know any of these witnesses? Do you know any of the attorneys? Do you know any of the police officers that were involved in this case? Those are all things that they in fact did ask. And that is a good reason to dismiss them, because then there's definitely a potential for bias. The Lucian Legalbytes: I find that to be a bull excuse, particularly in the context of law enforcement who use their authority to actually abuse and destroy people's lives. It's too costly not to speak out. That's a fair point. And I'm not excusing or apologizing for anybody who doesn't speak out when they see rot within law enforcement. However, I am just saying that I don't automatically demonize people for not completely destroying their entire careers by coming forward and whistleblowing, because I know that is much easier said than done. Much easier said than done, especially when you've got a family to provide for and kids to take care of and a spouse to take care of. There are a lot of factors that come into play that really mean that is a very brave decision to make. Debbie Fizon Cook: Legalbytes, did the judge say what they were doing? Oh, what day they were doing the voir dire of the expert witnesses? I haven't heard a day. I don't know. I don't know if maybe they did some yesterday that was just with no media. I'm not sure. But it sounded like they were going to do it one of the days this week. Mr. W question: is it possible he is just talking crassly in text messages, but it truly didn't affect his evidence gathering? Is it possible? I mean, sure, it's possible. But the question is, do we trust that? Do we have any reason to trust that? At this point, I don't see any, personally, for me, this is my opinion, right? So take it with a grain of salt. I don't see any reason to trust that this didn't impact his investigation, and especially given his explanations for all of it. Like, this is just like his explanations are insufficient. There are ways in which you can see some text messages, you can see some things here and there, and you can initially react like, whoa, that's damaging. Whoa, that's really bad. And then when you hear from them, you get more context, you get an explanation. Like, these things just, you're like, okay, maybe I can understand from your perspective. I am always looking to try to see things from another perspective. And in this case, his explanations are completely insufficient. They just are. So I can't possibly just take him for his word when he says this did not impact the investigation that I conducted in this case. Life on Makeup question: do you think Lally objections are doing more harm than good for this case, in that they are only punctuating evidence that is in favor of the defense? 100%. Absolutely. His objections are basically, I don't like it. I don't want this to come out, which is not good. It's a punctuation mark. Exactly. Mike Olson: the mods on the channel are doing an amazing job. You have to wonder, are they lawyers too? How and or why do they take time out of their lives to help out so much? No joke. Celebrate them. 100%. They deserve all the celebration. Absolutely. Thank you to the mods for all of your help in helping to guide the chat with healthy dialogue and discussion. They are, to my knowledge, not lawyers, but they definitely have an understanding of of law through watching these trials and things like that. And it just goes to show that you can have people really learn from these things. And I love it. I love to see it. Sable Marquette. Question, can they say in closing, would you trust an investigation was conducted properly if this was your child being talked about by the lead investigator the way Trooper Proctor did about Karen Reed? You have to be careful about trying to place the jurors squarely in certain positions even in closing argument. So you've got to be careful about what you say about those kinds of things. But they can make an argument very similar to that. Nothing. Legalbytes, does this testimony already give grounds for dismissal with prejudice? It seems to me it should. Like I said before, the prosecution can voluntarily dismiss with prejudice at this point. They can. In terms of whether the judge will dismiss this case, in a directed verdict, I doubt it. There's just too much that goes to the weight of the evidence that is properly a question for the jury. The Rubber Duck 77, you would go to the news, tell them this stuff, and then tell them, don't tell anyone. Right. Exactly. It's newsworthy, but don't tell anyone. Elizabeth McMeekin, can you explain the role of the two women sitting directly in front of the judge? I think one of them is a court clerk who is another lawyer that helps with research and writing things and all kinds of stuff. And then the lady with the thing in front of her mouth that looks like a scuba regulator is the court reporter. So she's talking into the little mic there to get everything on the record. Gina D, question, would Courtney be considered a hostile witness then if she's called by the defense? Yep. She's definitely hostile to the defense. So even if they call her, they probably would be able to cross-examine her. Desiree Bullock, question and exclamation mark, clarification for my previous question. Did they give a heads up to the family and the defendant? The defendant finds out this stuff in advance as well. Like who is going to be called up, who's going to be, testifying as to what. The defendant really has a lot of information about what's coming up next. The family may not know as much sort of inside baseball move by move, but the prosecution for sure is going to give them a heads up when they know about stuff. And they typically will know well in advance, at least in advance enough about what witnesses are going to be called up next. So yeah, the family will be getting advance notice as well. Haley Mouse, question, did you enjoy Surviving the Survivor the other day? You came across very well, Lita. Thank you so much. I did. I really enjoyed it. It was a really great discussion. And I would love to go back. The Lucian, Legalbytes, regarding the speculating of text intent. Judge does not seem to like it though. Just what I'm reading. That's fair. I mean, and you can get there, like I said, to a certain extent, but the judge is only going to let that go so far. And that's appropriate too. Divine and Hail with Donna Clifford. Alita Jackson is like, oh no, trooper, we are sealing your coffin one nail test at a time. Agreed. Also, MZ, thank you so much for gifting one Legalbytes membership. But very, very kind and generous of you. And Janet G, you have been gifted a membership. So welcome, or I think welcome back to Bite Club. Very happy to have you here. Okay. We've got a handful of more questions. I'm going to do lightning round. And we'll continue with testimony. Jonathan Willig, question, based on context clues of Judge and Jackson interactions, I think Jackson is being stopped from asking specific inquiries regarding the IA investigation. Why make that info available if he can't ask? They're not supposed to be getting into that because that's separate. There's more prejudice than probative information that generally speaking is going to be coming out of, like, especially just referring to it and things like that. That can potentially improperly skew the jury. So you've got to be careful about how you even refer to it and things like that. So if that's the case, if it's getting into the IA investigation, then that's properly being left out. Mew question, do you think it's a problem that the judge can't hide her disdain towards Michael Proctor? She's been showing she's showing the same frustration. It's typically about like him speaking up or not speaking up, but she's been showing the same kind of thing to other witnesses too. And increasingly so throughout this trial. I don't think that's specific to Trooper Proctor. And people might be interpreting that as like her having disgust for him or disdain. Um, but I haven't seen anything that to me personally speaks to like her going above and beyond how she's talked to other witnesses when she's told them like speak up. Like for me personally, when she says that and he's in the middle of like having to read text messages or explain himself or things like that, it feels delicious because it's like, he's in this very awkward moment that he's trying to explain and he can't explain because he doesn't have a good answer for it. And the discomfort is satisfying from where I'm sitting, but I don't think that that's the intent by the judge when she's actually saying like, you have to speak up, you have to, the jury can't hear you. SSS question, please explain prejudicial evidence. Isn't all evidence supposed to influence the understanding of the case? Yes, all evidence is going to be prejudicial to a certain extent. The question is if it's overly prejudicial, if it's more prejudicial than it is probative meaning, is it actually getting to the matters in this case that we care about, that we need to be hearing about, that the jury needs to be deciding? Is it getting to Karen Reed's motive, or is it getting to the quality of this investigation, or is it getting to, like an actual important question that the jury really does need to hear about? If it's nothing but prejudicial and it's not really probative, then it's something that is likely to lead the jury astray from the things that they actually need to be deciding on. So that's the balancing test that every bit of evidence that comes into a trial has to pass, regardless of like, what it is. So, we're not necessarily like going through a detailed analysis of every single bit of information that does come in, but it comes up when we're talking about text messages where he's calling her, see you next Tuesday, or things like that. Like that's where we kind of care about talking about the balance between those two. Divine and Hale with Donna Clifford. Alita, Prego Alita might be my favorite. You are spicy. Get these bad guys. I know I've got a lot of spice. Tish Legalbytes, as a lawyer, do you react when a case like this falls on your table? I'm not a lawyer to any degree, but even I have found myself daydreaming about closing arguments. I mean, yeah, it's you kind of start to think about like what would you argue in closings, right? I am not spared from those thoughts myself. Jackie Day Hernandez question: why was the objection sustained when AJ asked Proctor if he has apologized to KR? Yeah, because that's a question that's a little bit more prejudicial than probative, right? Because it's not something that is really getting to any of the matters in this particular case. He's asking it for dramatic effect. He's asking it, to point out to the jury, like she should be apologized to, which a lot of people feel that way. I'm sure. I mean, I would like to see an apology to Karen Reed for the ways in which he's talked about her and the ways in which he's revealed her very, very sensitive medical information and things like that. I would love to see that. But for this particular case, it's not exactly relevant for the issues involved here. Life on Makeup. Sorry, I should clarify. If the connections Proctor has to the Alberts would be enough to disqualify him as a juror, how could he possibly not be disqualified / recused as the lead investigator? Well, there is a different sort of inquiry, depending on like different roles related to a case like this, right? So for jurors, they're more likely to be excused if they have any kind of a connection to the case at all, right? Because these are jurors who are brought into a case. They're not necessarily professionals in law and things like that. A judge, for example, can have a personal connection to a case, and they can decide for themselves, whether or not they should recuse themselves. Whether people agree with that decision or not is another matter. But that's just a different kind of analysis for a judge as opposed to a juror. But I will say, all of that said, the connections that we have learned about between Trooper Proctor and the Alberts, for example, and then by extension the McCabe's, definitely suggests he should have recused himself. He absolutely should have, in my opinion. Link Journey Legalbytes. To be fair, if I was the judge and I knew that the witness lack of volume while speaking would cost the juror precious AC, I would be frustrated too. Also true. Yeah. Spunky Nuggets. Oh, wait a second. No, I should not have gotten that one. I hope I didn't miss one instead. Baz 80s question. Do you think Lally calling Proctor was a mistake, or is it still better than the defense calling him? Felt like Lally was just cleaning up the text instead of the investigation. You know, at this point, I'm not sure. They were damned if they do and damned if they don't, right? This is one of those situations where it's like either way there's pain. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't really made up my mind on that one, but I will say that typically the reason to call him and to get through these text messages first is to take the sting out. But you do that with questions and allowing them to give explanations, and hopefully the explanations that they give are able to contextualize so that we can actually somewhat empathize with his position. Unfortunately for the prosecution and for Trooper Michael Proctor himself, none of the answers that he supplied do that. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that his existence in this case, his presence in this case at all has completely destroyed it, regardless of who calls him. El Borate, Legalbytes, hashtag sidebar is why is a witness pleading the fifth on the stand grounds for a mistrial? Because the jury can end up being materially prejudiced from that by, because there's an implication that maybe they have committed a crime, which is not necessarily what happens when someone pleads the fifth. People plead the fifth for all kinds of reasons, and it's not necessarily because they are guilty, and they are not supposed to be taking the jury's not supposed to be taking any kind of implication from somebody pleading the fifth. It makes it very difficult, though, when a witness is halfway through their testimony and they decide to plead the fifth, because then you have to give some kind of an explanation. You can't just dismiss them, because that's unfair to the defendant in this case. That's unfair to the other side who was supposed to have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness. So you can't disadvantage the other side and just say, well, there's no cross-examination now, and that's it, and disregard the testimony from this last guy. That's incredibly confusing. And so, do you tell them that they pled the fifth? Do you not tell them that they pled the fifth? There's all kinds of things that can just completely mess up a jury. So that's that. In a nutshell, that would be why. Ray Woodward question: can you think of another case that misconduct or corruption has been as explosive as this might be? Well, the Young Thugs trial going on in Georgia right now is maybe a close runner up, because that is actually involving the judge. So that's been absolutely wild from the last couple of days. The Lucian Legalbytes theory on Lally and investigation. Lally tried to use other witnesses to explain the investigation because he knew Proctor would not be credible, tried to give the investigation credibility. I think you're right about that. I do think you're right about that. He has been trying to call anyone and everyone that he possibly can so that he can get this in through anybody but Proctor. I thought it was because he wasn't going to call Proctor, but here you're probably right that it's probably because it's better if people hear it from other people instead of him. Mike Olson, Jackson has spoken a lot about 16 hours. Okay, so there you go. Elena, question: when can someone plead the fifth in a proper manner? It would be before they start testifying. And so then the jury doesn't get to know them. The jury doesn't hear anything coming out of their mouth. The jury doesn't have to square what they just heard with then hearing that there's been a Fifth Amendment invocation of rights. Jonathan Willig, I think that is in regards to Young Thug case. They called for a mistrial because the defense is stating the state knew witness would plead the fifth and pled the fifth in front of the jury. Okay. All right. Let's see. There might be just a couple questions. This is the last one. Okay. Paula Shimmick, question, why do you think the judge did not allow the text messages about Karen's medical condition that Proctor was discussing with his buddies? I don't have proper context because there have been text messages where he's talking about her medical condition with his buddies. So that I don't know about others that may have been kept out. I don't have proper context at the moment, unless you can contextualize. But we'll do that in a bit. Let me know if you've got further questions. I will collect, and let's get back to testimony here because we're now a little bit behind, but that's okay. Well, we get caught up on these things. Let's get to it.
Celebrate report.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrate report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because if it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you.
Publishing. Okay. Let's see these texts.
In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
They have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras.
Hmm.
That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new Street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Interesting. Potentially exculpatory evidence that he didn't seek, seems like.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office, so we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Allie McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antono, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotta testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotta, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Cross-examnesia.
Michael Trotta testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's his name.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say
Trust me, bro.
that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was your
didn't hear
answer?
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent, no. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later. Right?
Yes.
Oh, the way that Jackson meant that was I'll figure out intent, meaning I'll find the intent. I will find the intent because there's physical evidence that seems to point in a particular direction. So him just saying, yes. I don't think you realize what you just admitted to, bro. Oh my God. Oh, this is so bad. I'm sorry. Let's watch that again.
Just going to go with, didn't have any, Miss Reed, voicemail. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later. Right?
Yes.
You got to be kidding me. Oh. He's so crooked. He doesn't realize
Motive, means,
how
and
bad that
opportunity.
is.
We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence, pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Alberts and the McCays, right?
Ooh.
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Just the order of it. The order of that just now, the question, and of course you got all that information from the Alberts and the McCabe's, right? Yes. Objection. I'll allow it. Like, I don't like that answer. Punctuation mark on that answer. Just, Lally, stop. Stop with these like baseless objections. You're not helping. You are not helping.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's a question.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Coaxing. It could be the language that he's using is coaxing. So this is, see, the thing is, if police officers will make a determination as to which route they want to go down anyway, right? You know, in terms of investigating, do we need to go further? Do we need to inquire further, or is this sufficient? That is always going to be something that gets done in any investigation. The question is, have they asked enough questions before they determine that they don't need to go further down that road? His explanations right now about Brian Higgins, how he's just saying flat out, no, he didn't have a motive, is smells like BS because of the fact that he doesn't seem to have ever asked those questions. And so, you know, what is the jury thinking? What are they like? What are they looking like at this point? I would love to know. I would love to be a fly on the wall right now in this courtroom to be able to see the jury. but maybe we'll see some reports from the journalists that are in the room right now. Yeah, Buell and Ivis, thanks for the super chat. Objection, punctuation. Exactly, right? That's exactly what's going on here. So what is the jury thinking in terms of this investigation and the quality of the investigation? What he's saying here.
You are
suggests he
unmuted.
never even asked those questions.
May
Not
I
about
inquire?
Brian Higgins
Thank you.
or anyone
You're
else.
aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means.
Right.
Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him.
You can't speak to his fighting ability. You've seen him. You know how big he is. You know what he looks like. So like, are you blind? Are you blind during this investigation or just selectively blind? It seems like it's the second right now.
Right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances.
See what he can do in that moment, Jackson, how he's like, I didn't ask you about, how you interpreted it. I'm asking you what you saw. So he needs to immediately follow that up with, did you see that? Because then it's a question, it's not just a comment. So that's where he's getting these objections that are kind of sustained is if he can say that, he just needs to tie that up with, did you see that? Are you aware of that? Did you know that at the time that you were investigating this? He's got to add a question in there so that there is something for the witness to answer.
Correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
Right. And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
You didn't ask the questions that you needed to ask. You made a conclusion too quickly about Karen Reed. You didn't even look into any of these other people that were involved. Because why? We can come up with a few reasons. One of them maybe because they are also law enforcement. Because a homeowner's a cop too. This is all tying together so brilliantly for the defense here. And it's so hard to try to sweep this up for the prosecution. It's really hard to sweep this up for the prosecution at this point because how do you justify this? How do you justify any of this? This is just a crappy investigation through and through. First, we've got the red Solo cups, right?
Red Solo Cup, I fill you up.
And then we've got, Massachusetts State Police, who you would think, oh, maybe they're the ones that are going to do a proper investigation. This guy is showing otherwise. It's ridiculous. It's a complete disgrace. It's a complete disgrace to everyone, to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to good police officers everywhere that are doing the hard work, taking a lot of crap from a lot of people in a thankless job, quite honestly. For the most part, like let's be real, it's not the best job to have these days, and sometimes rightfully so they're getting criticized. Sometimes there are guys who are working in a job and trying to be the good guys and having a very hard time because of the crap that they receive because of other people's bad work. This guy is just completely disgusting. Did not investigate this case properly. That is clear at this point. Didn't even look into Brian Higgins' phone. Didn't look into Brian Higgins at all. Didn't look into the Alberts or the McCabe's. In fact, he laughed when Julie Albert was nervous about giving an interview, because what would she have to be nervous for? What would the Alberts or the McCabe's have to be nervous for in this case? It's just disgusting here.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course it's undetermined. she was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, correct?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scorti-Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
I'm not sure who I'm referring to as she's a whack job. Really? We all know who you were referring to. We all know at this point, man. Come on. In fact, didn't you even say on Monday that you were referring to Karen Reed?
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Gooner 1950, thanks for the super chat. After the trial, they should turn the courtroom into the sidebar and grill. Sidebar and grill. I love it. Just because. Thanks for the super chat. Also, the conclusion should follow the evidence, not the other way around. His conclusion has made the day the body was made, the day the body was found, and it took months to find evidence to support his conclusion instead of the truth. 100%. That is absolutely what is going on with this testimony right now, and that is what this is revealing. Huge problem for the prosecution.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scorti-Bello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scorti-Bello?
I don't recall.
No, you do recall. Cut the crap.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why?
Believe the words that are coming out of my mouth when I have a camera on me. Don't believe the words that came out of my mouth when I thought that no one was looking, is what he's saying. That's what he's saying. It's such BS for him to be like, no, I didn't really care about the medical examiner's determinations. I really didn't care. No, of course not. That didn't impact the way that I saw the investigation. I'm going by the facts. I'm not trying to bend the facts according to the narrative that I've already decided this case is going to go down. Good Lord. Does he really think that everyone is that stupid?
Why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It was a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's a little bit too broad of a question.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor,
How
you
does
were
that make
asked this
sense?
exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
Got him.
After she reached that conclusion, you
Got him. That's it. He got him on that one. He said that he had never seen that before. This is what he testified to earlier. Now that we're at the trial stage and there's a jury to talk to, well, it's I couldn't put a ballpark estimate on how many, but I know it's it's not that often that you that you see this kind of thing. No, never. You said before, never. I mean, unless that's changed since then, right? Have you investigated some cases since then that have included, that have resulted in an undetermined manner of death in a homicide case? Is that something that has happened? No. Okay, let's move on.
discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is
that
that
what
what you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel.
As in, ho, 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 this case might be dead.
Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
So I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a
sorry,
minute,
it's,
please?
the face page is 2632.
Okay.
Do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No,
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Ooh.
yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding
Oh my God. So it didn't even matter what the conclusion was as to how John O'Keefe actually got these injuries. But somehow he said that they already knew that that there was physical evidence that she did it. Like, I'm sorry, like what in the what? Like, what is happening here? You don't need causation in order to charge someone for murder? That's insane. That is absolutely insane to say that you don't need the medical examiner's conclusions in order to determine whether or not they should pursue this case against Karen Reed. This is just like what in the hell is going on in this part of Massachusetts? The medical examiner's important opinion is incredibly important. It is centrally important.
the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes,
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
correct.
Jeez.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Oh,
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
we're all thinking it.
I want to change gears for a
We're all
second
thinking it.
and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe.
Ooh, before we get there, Heather Miller, thanks so much for the super chat. So the ME isn't even going to come in and testify. This was homicide. Again, why are we here then? Yeah, the medical examiner should be testifying, and this may be why we have not yet heard from the medical examiner. Normally, the medical examiner should be one of the key witnesses in any kind of a criminal case, especially where there is a death involved. And if the manner of death is undetermined, that seriously calls into question the strength of this case. If the medical examiner has looked at this and determined that they cannot say one way or another if this was caused by another person, if this was, an unaliving, if this was an accident, they cannot determine that based on all of the information that they have been provided at that point. Why are we here? Why are we here? That would explain why we haven't heard from the medical examiner at this point, why we don't even have causation about his injuries. Will we ever have causation about his injuries is now seriously in question. Ugh.
You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
Yeah, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebrite report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
Oh,
So
conveniently did not review that tab where there's a bunch of deleted stuff from the phone. Interesting. Interesting. This is just, how does this keep getting worse? How does this keep getting worse?
as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Wow. The lead investigator, ladies and gentlemen, the lead investigator for this case. Somehow, I don't know what's going on. I can't see the deleted texts or the deleted phone calls in Jen McCabe's phone in her Celebrate extraction. Like he's got like the, this is somebody who is clearly willfully blind as to certain parts of this investigation, certain key evidence here. Oh my God. This is disgusting.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that. No.
Did you ever seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No.
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
No.
Colin Albert's?
No.
Chris Albert's?
No.
Julie Albert's?
No.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
Of course not. Why would it?
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrate report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone extraction on it.
Okay, sure, right.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, not Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Are we about to find text messages between him and Kevin Albert about this case? Is he also talking with Kevin Albert about the details of the investigation of this case? Is that what we're about to find out? I'm going to lose my mind if that's the case.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case, who'd you turn to?
Oh, no.
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
Why is he talking to him about anything? Coordinating rooms to do interviews? Who cares? It doesn't matter. Why anything at all having to do with this case? Why is he talking to Kevin Albert? This is ridiculous. This is The corruption in this is so deep.
Same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please.
Oh my God.
Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III,
All right, thank you.
then India.
Thank you.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second
Great.
Canton officer,
Great.
correct?
Correct.
Excellent.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
Wow.
This investigation. right?
Correct.
Great.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2,
Wow.
that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry. Yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark. Then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which
Canton PD.
agents?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
Of course
You
not.
see that as
Why
a
would
problem
you?
because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustain, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind.
never.
Of course not. Why would it? Really quick, let me get some super chats here. Grigorovich, 1997. Mr. Bean would have conducted a better investigation. I can't disagree with that. Thanks for the super chat. TGM, also thank you. Didn't he earlier testify that whack job was about Karen, and now he's saying it's the ME? Right? He just can't keep it straight. Who is he talking about? Which person is he offending with his text messages? TGM. Also, thanks for the super chat. Perjury, tampering, official misconduct, and obstruction. He's already admitted to doing it. Charge him, or our legal system is a farce. I would like to see some repercussions here for Trooper Proctor as well. And I'm collecting other questions to answer in a bit as well.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you wrote?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said
we didn't actually want them recorded in the first place because we don't want to be able to rely on the things that are actually said. We don't want to memorialize these things.
The reason we didn't use the recording room is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
That was your answer, right?
No,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it.
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously, Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes. It's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews. With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after
This guy. Baz80, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member once again. Welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you back. You guys are helping keep the lights on. I appreciate it. Thank you.
you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continue to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional
But I didn't know anyone in the Albert family. That's what he said earlier.
relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So it went beyond professional, right?
Would you say it became Facebook official? Sorry.
Yeah, acquaintances.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with,
Yep.
3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Oh,
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there?
yep. Yep. So there's yet another Albert that he was surreptitiously friends with. He doesn't want the jury to know about that. He doesn't want to admit it to the jury that he has this friendship with him, and he's trying to minimize it as much as possible. You can't hide these things from a good cross-examining attorney. He should know this by now. Just say it. Just say it and be forthcoming, because it's only going to make you look worse. By the way, folks, we've got over 1,400 people watching. I love to see it. If you have not done so, please do like the stream. It does help us with pushing out the stream to the corners of YouTube, so the more people can join us for this crazy Boston Tea Party. And also, if you are particularly enjoying and you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel. consider becoming a member either on YouTube or on Patreon, because these trials do take a lot of resources to be streaming from gavel to gavel and to be doing these recaps and whatnot. So if you can't, no worries, no shade. But if you can, it does absolutely help to support the channel.
Yeah. Right?
Nuts.
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that.
Let's unpack that, shall we?
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right. So what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
See if we can fast forward through the pauses.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Whoa.
Overruled.
Uh-oh.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that on 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after, at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji,
Oh.
correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was.
Also, maintaining custody of your badge and your gun as a police officer is a very, very important thing, because if you just leave it hanging around, someone can take it and pretend to be a police officer by flashing a badge and a gun. So like, what in the hell is going on here? This is just all of this is just terrible. It's just terrible. Everything about this.
Right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether you just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser.
Uh-oh.
Right?
Yes.
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Nora, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point.
Sir, can you explain how someone gets hungover, so hungover the next day without drinking a lot the night before? Can you explain that? That magic? Like, what? Well, I can't really be sure.
"Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection that the two of you had been out drinking the night before? He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and he couldn't even find his gun.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to at the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Rainman YYC, thanks for the super chat. Can the jury send a note to the judge saying we give, not guilty?
Take a look at that.
Not at this
Tell me
point.
if you recognize it.
I do.
Is that a photograph of you? I'm sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
Mm.
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked and admitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 568.
568?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that bit about them drinking and going in the police cruiser to the extent that they end up losing a badge or leaving a badge in the car and then maybe misplacing their gun somewhere also is definitely brought in to call into question the DUI charge. Is it even fair for the jury to convict her of a DUI in this particular case if there's these kinds of examples of the police acting in this way? There are definitely people out there who feel like the police get to do a lot that the average citizen can't get away with, and they feel very, very sour about that, and understandably so. You know, should that influence them making a determination on a DUI charge? Yeah, probably not. But the defense is definitely bringing that in to sort of pick at that feeling for sure.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
Do you see this? Do you see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, do you see the clothes? First, the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The t-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe,
In the blue pants?
yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes,
You keep your notes and things of that nature?
yes,
Pens, paper?
correct.
All right. We can take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Right.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dayton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so we could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in the secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah. So I don't know how that's generated.
Right. So as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
Uh-oh.
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control over?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So,
And please explain to us what happened to them in between the 11th, 12th, 14th, or what have you, of February, and then March 14th, when you actually brought them in to the Massachusetts State Crime Lab. Please explain to us where that was. Did it just disappear and enter the upside down for a while and you had to get it back? or like what happened to it?
there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility.
What
Or
secured
A
facility?
secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Yeah, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
Wow. Just let it sit. Let it sit in the courtroom.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Yes.
And you originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Ooh.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time.
Yes.
You call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
To be fair, he was butt typing. So, you know, these kinds of errors can happen when you're butt typing a report.
Typo, sir.
Okay. Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
Got it. You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you use those?
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Ma'am, just moment you're on.
Yes.
So you guys know we are definitely behind on this. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get caught up to the point where she calls for a lunch break. We're gonna do basically just a really quick 5 or 10 minute break to get up, stretch, have a snack, have a drink, and then start the afternoon stream like right away. So that we'll start off behind, but we'll get going on it. It's because we can't do this at 1.25x speed because this is like very fast paced. But you know, we will be going through all of it. We're just gonna start the second stream a little bit later. So, but we will absolutely get through all of it. And I'll be answering the questions as quickly as possible before we break for the morning stream.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case. That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay, yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back
Uh-oh.
from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over,
Uh-oh.
right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the
Do we really believe that they didn't know that there was surveillance footage in the Sallyport of Canton PD? Do we really actually believe that? That it was just, oh yeah, there's a camera right there. There's a camera right over there, and there's another one right over there in this very room. Oh yeah, gosh, gee darn it. I forgot about that one. Do we really believe that? Come on.
existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes,
You were questioned about it, and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage, and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera, and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looked sort of mainly black and grainy,
yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
course not. It's cross-examination.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Okay, let's.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
Yeah.
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Right?
Thing is, jury knows what this looks like. They've seen it. They've seen it. They've seen both of them because they have now been handed over and they were presented in court. It was the inverted one, right? And then the one that's like all black, basically.
That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
Uh-oh.
So I can't recall what's on there.
Uh-oh.
End quote.
Meaning he
You
knew
remember
about
that?
it a long time
Yes.
ago.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time,
Yep.
right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sally Port? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. There was this exterior Sally Port video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sally Port. I'm referring to outside the building.
Yeah.
Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sally Port, right?
Yeah.
Objection.
I mean, to be fair, it's clear to me now that the Sally Port is not just a Sally Port. It's actually a portal to another universe where right is left, inverted is non-inverted, and inside is outside. It's just topsy-turvy, right? This is just, the Sally Port is the entrance to the upside down. I'm convinced of it now at this point. Also, Baz 80s member for 3 months. Thanks so much for being a member of Bite Club, helping to support the channel. Can anything save this trial now, in your opinion? I can't see it. I can't see it. Ray Woodward, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member, for joining to support the channel, joining Bite Club. Absolutely love to see it. Welcome to Bite Club. Very happy to have you here. Like I briefly mentioned this earlier, but you know, these trials are great for engagement. They're great for people coming in and super chatting and, you know, watching, and we get AdSense and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of making sure that the channel continues to grow and continues to succeed, and I still am able to dedicate resources to videos and time and everything, to live stream and do all kinds of videos on all kinds of different subjects. Memberships really do help to make sure that I'm able to dedicate the time that I can to this channel and continue to pour all kinds of resources into this channel. So I really appreciate people joining in as part of Bite Club. Love to see it, whether it's on Patreon or right here on YouTube through memberships. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Mountain Princess 207. Thank you for gifting 5 more Legalbytes memberships. So Vicky Lane, Haley Mouse, Desiree Bula, Amanda, Christina Kirschner, Splits Personality. Welcome back to Bite Club. Very, very happy to have you guys here as well. And Grinning Llama, thank you so much for becoming a member as well. Welcome to Bite Club. So happy to see it. And yeah, like I said, you folks are helping to keep the lights on around here, helping keep the Wi-Fi stable. I know it wasn't so stable on Monday, but you know what I mean. So I absolutely appreciate all of it, and I appreciate everybody that is watching and liking and subscribing, and sending super chats and all kinds of stuff. Like, this is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me on this crazy ride, and for engaging in all the ways that you can so far.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally Port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video.
Uh-oh.
End quote. You
Sounds
remember
like
that?
a Brady violation.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sally Port garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sally Port, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
It's just, how can you possibly believe what he's saying? Dayan Lulich, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member as well. Welcome to Bite Club. So happy to have you here as well. Thank you. Thank you so much.
On April 4th, 2024, it's getting late. On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sally Port garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how's it?
I'll see it sidebar if you want.
Okay, please.
All right. It's going to be a sidebar. We're going to fast forward through the sidebar. Maybe we'll catch up to the lunch.
You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sally Port as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sally Port is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
You didn't make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that that video had essentially existed from the interior Sally Port area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sally Port cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? Yes. That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe
Is he going to say anything about this being inverted? Is he going to say anything about the surveillance footage being inverted?
Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were?
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward
Sorry, Steph, maybe I must have missed that if he already did mention that it was inverted.
the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay. And you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
Oh, Steph, maybe you were ahead of us.
So the timestamp in the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
The timestamp in the bottom was inverse?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
The timestamp?
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Understand.
Okay.
Was it blue?
I believe it was yellow.
Is he colorblind? That's my next question. Legitimate question.
Just a moment long.
Yes.
I'm
So
sorry.
the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
What?
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out. From the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
So he saw the corrected version yesterday when he was reviewing prior to his testimony. But what was the version that he saw initially when he was originally shown this footage? Was yesterday really the first time that he saw this? How could that possibly be the case? How could that possibly be that he's the last person in the world to see this footage when everybody else in the world has seen this through this trial? I don't understand what is happening. Or was he provided weeks or months ago, or whenever it actually was that he first saw it, was he provided a corrected version where the timestamp was somehow inverted, and what the prosecutor inverted it so that the timestamp was correct, but the actual video footage was not? Like, what is happening here? I have so many questions. And very few answers.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Hi, jurors.
He needs a chance to collect his thoughts so he can properly explain what he means.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
Okay, so it's a 45-minute lunch. Meaning,
are muted.
are they back yet, or are we? Oh, good. Okay, okay. So they're still. So they're still at lunch. Oh, thank goodness. 45-minute lunch. Okay. So they'll be starting soon. Let's get through. We've got a lot of questions. I'm going to try to collect these as folks are still asking as well. But, if they start as we're asking questions, we're going to pause it, and then I'm still going to take like a 5 or 10 minute break to take, I do have to make sure I eat something because, I got baby bites and all that. So we'll do that, but I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. I know folks have been asking so many questions throughout. So I'm gonna do my best to get all of them. Okay. Alok Sar Sidaran, Legalbytes, when do you think KR will take the stand? I don't think she needs to. At this point, I really don't think that she needs to. In which case they shouldn't call her. El Borate, aren't others text hearsay? Legalbytes, I'm sure you're sick of hearsay. So the texts that were being brought in that were from other people, it doesn't actually even matter if it's his text or someone else's text. Hearsay is hearsay, but the purpose for which they were being brought in was for his state of mind. So it's not to prove the truth of the matter asserted in those text messages. It is to prove what his state of mind was at the time that he was investigating this case. That's what all of this is going to. So it's not hearsay. It doesn't actually fit the definition of hearsay. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, what is Lowley's objection to publishing? The fact that it makes his client look bad? Basically, yes. Matt Genere, does second degree require intent? Yes. Yes, it does. There is an intent that is required to be proven. And here, I believe the lesser intent that it's either with purpose or with recklessness, that they need to show at least recklessness in this case. L. Boyd, I thought motive wasn't necessary. Motive is not necessary to show murder, but it is extremely helpful. And when someone is investigating a case, it is extremely helpful for them to figure out if someone had a potential motive, a reason to murder someone. What would be a potential reason? If someone is shown to have a potential motive, that is a reason to look into them further. So you don't necessarily need motive to prove it, but to investigate, it's very, very helpful for sure. And it's helpful in a conviction also. So look up evidence. I love the name. Question, Legalbytes, is what is with these objections? Can't he say if he lied or not? I hate not stating objections. Seems like it's a cover for whatever. In this particular case, it is just the judge has determined that they are not allowed to state the basis of their objections, regardless of like, which side is doing it. This is just what she has ordered. I don't like it. I prefer it to be on the record so it's clear to everybody what's being objected to and why and what the response is and why it's overruled or sustained. But that's just me. MC, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Thanks for your coverage. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very, very kind of you. All right, let me just make sure that I am collecting these other questions and apologize. I apologies in advance if I miss any at the tail end of this as well. Okay, Baz 80's question. Do you think the prosecution knows how bad they are doing? Would they be thinking we done effed up, or would they be thinking they are doing okay? Are most lawyers self-aware in that way? I would think so. I would think they would know. I mean, here, I just don't, I don't see how they can possibly look at this case right now and be like, yeah, it's going well. It's going great. Matt, Legalbytes, can you weigh in on Jackson being abrasive in general? Isn't it possible that the jury not like an attorney and it affects their verdict? It can. However, as time progresses with a particular attorney, that feeling can either get exacerbated, they can get more annoyed with someone, or they can also decide that they, kind of become used to it. Somebody's particular style, their abrasiveness or what have you. For me, I recognize that he can sometimes have a bit of an abrasive style, but maybe it's just the fact that I understand that he's also representing his client zealously. But I kind of enjoy his snark. I enjoy his spice at the same time. But then again, I also enjoy spicy lawyers. I also love Leslie Abramson from the Menendez trial back in 1993. So, that's a particular style that I kind of enjoy watching because maybe because it's just so different from me. But anyway, the jury can make a determination like that, but they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to decide a case on a popularity contest as to how much they like the attorneys. But sure, I mean they're humans too. Baz 80s, Legalbytes. Currently, the women in the jury are not liking Proctor at all. Eye rolls, open mouths, and even laughing. I am very curious to see, tweets from the journalists in the room. I'm sure that's where you're getting that from, probably. Based on Monday, what I heard from Monday, that sounds like what they were saying before. I wonder if the same reaction is there today. The Lucian question: if after the feds case find enough proof of Albert's involvement with John's death, can say the state DA prosecute? Seems local DA won't. Usually, I don't know. I'm not sure actually. Daniel Nagy question: is it the first day the judge is saying overruled instead of he can answer that, I'll allow it, etc.? She kind of rotates between those, actually, to be honest with you, and for both sides. So I know a lot of people are annoyed with it. I'm not annoyed with it myself because I understand what she's saying, I guess. And to me, it just doesn't seem to be that big of an issue. Sarah ER. Oh, sorry. I thought I may have missed one that was meant for me. I apologize if I did so there. Travis James question: did you catch the cops arrested in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a cover-up on a shooting? Very interesting. I did not, but that would be interesting to look into. So thanks for letting me know. Janet G question: makes you wonder, when they all hung out, was Karen just not liked by everyone? Did they tolerate her because of John O'Keefe, or did something else happen that we just don't know about to make them target her? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, certainly makes you wonder. Baz 80s question: why do you think these cops are such bad witnesses? Don't they all have training and experience in a courtroom? You would think so. You would think so, especially for how long he apparently has been a cop too. Spunky Nuggets question: can you explain what the medical examiner does in death investigation? So the medical examiner, that's the coroner, essentially. This is the person who is doing the autopsy and going through all of the different, all the different systems in the body, looking at everything, looking at the skin, looking at the hair, looking at the insides, opening them up, doing all kinds of stuff. It's a bit of a gruesome process. I've personally toured the LA County Coroner's office before, and there was an actual autopsy going on when I was there on tour when I was on the tour there with a group of other summer interns that were working at the Attorney General's office in Los Angeles. And I'm somewhat used to death personally. Like I grew up in a small ethnic community, like the Lithuanian American community. You end up going to a lot of funerals from an early age, grandparents, aunts, uncles, all kinds of stuff like that. So I figured going into it, I was like, nah, I'll be able to handle this. I didn't realize just how much we set up traditions around death just so that we can manage and wrap our minds around the concept of death. Because when you go into the coroner's office and you see an autopsy happening, you are reminded pretty quickly about just how, like, what the experience is like when you are when all of those traditions are taken away. And it was not the same experience at all. So anyhow, but that's what the medical examiner does, is they get to the root of what they think caused this death. So manner of death, cause of death, things like that. They make certain determinations when the person died, when they think the person died, all kinds of things like that. The Lucian question: if feds charge, what are the chances trial will be streamed? If it is, would you cover it? Probably years from now. If there is a subsequent trial related to this case that is publicized, that is televised, sure, absolutely, I'm very interested. But federal cases, generally speaking, do not have cameras in the courtroom, so I would not expect it. Spunky Nuggets question: in a typical trial, do we usually hear from the ME earlier in the prosecution's case? Absolutely. It's usually one of the first witnesses that we hear from, so that we can put those pieces together in terms of causation of what happened, how it happened, and how this resulted in this person getting injured or dying or what have you. So yeah, typically we hear from the medical examiner like a month and a half ago from where we are right now. Emily, question: if an objection is sustained, is the question automatically stricken, or is the question alone still allowed to be considered by the jury, even without the judge striking it? I mean, the jury is supposed to disregard the question. They are supposed to, but do they really? Sometimes not really necessarily. Sometimes the power in the question that is going to be properly objected to and sustained, the power is in the question itself, not necessarily in the answer. Baz 80s question: why did Lally not get ahead of this? It makes no sense. I don't know if he could have. I don't know that he could have. He tried to. He tried to get ahead of the worst of it, and he was unsuccessful because the explanations are just terrible from Proctor. Mr. W, Legalbytes question: after he said he didn't review the cell phone data, do you believe that is negligence or corruption? I think that's willful blindness. I think that is willful blindness for him to not actually review the Celebrate the Celebrate report for Jennifer McCabe, for a very important person. What was the purpose in getting the Celebrate report if you're not going to review it after all, right? To me, that looks like willful blindness, especially in the overall circumstances of this trial, in the context of this trial, in the context of the rest of his testimony as well. Also from Mr. W, Legalbytes question: now I want a criminal investigation into this guy. Am I insane? How can he be asking witnesses to coordinate meeting times with other witnesses and suspects? I completely agree. The Lucian, Legalbytes question: with a witness that lies a lot, how prepared could Lally really have been about this guy? I know I have thrown a lot of questions at you today. Thanks. No problem at all. It's hard when there are this many inconsistencies. And I really don't know how well that they have prepared these guys. I don't know how much time they've been able to spend with them to prepare them for their testimony. But there's just, you're right. It is hard when somebody has this many inconsistencies and this much weirdness with their background and with the investigation. There's just so much there. I mean, ultimately, my reaction would have been, we are not taking this case to trial. We are not, because we cannot win this case. Ray Woodward question: when do these people lose qualified immunity? It seems so egregious that they cannot hide behind the shield. Oh, there's a whole analysis for qualified immunity. And it is complex. It's pretty complex. The Supreme Court, it's troublesome as well, because they've got to know that what they were doing was a constitutional violation. And when you do that, you've got to review what's out there in the case law and all kinds of stuff. Qualified immunity has quite a few issues in terms of the case law for how someone ends up getting qualified immunity. As a general idea, I'm not necessarily against the idea that qualified immunity should exist, but the way in which the tests have been set up by the Supreme Court for qualified immunity are problematic, in my opinion. Christina Kirshner question: prosecution equals malicious compliance. Jury might be thinking that. Majufi question: what are the chances that the feds come after Proctor? I mean, he's already got an internal investigation. The likelihood of an external investigation, yeah, I think there's a possibility coming out of this trial. I think with enough public outrage, it's possible. Scott Stevenson, Alita, have you ever witnessed another case as crazy/insane as this? Surely Proctor will be flipping burgers, or at least be directing traffic after this is finished. One can only hope. One can only hope that he is never in charge of another criminal investigation ever again, because how can we possibly trust that he would do the right job? How can we possibly trust that he would even learn from this? I don't know. I don't trust any of it. Not unless I were to see something else that would give me some sort of trust. But at this point, no. And to answer your other question, no, I've never seen anything like this before. Baz 80's question: can he be ordered to return with the supposed chain of custody log? I don't think it exists. I think that's what's coming out of this, is that it doesn't exist before March 14th, when everything arrived at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. It does not exist. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes: how many defense lawyers are lining up for anyone Proctor ever put away? Do you think a lot? A lot. If I'm a criminal defense attorney who has lost in a case that was investigated by Trooper Proctor, yeah, heck yeah, I'm renewing some questions there. Larry Huffing question in his group text about the ME determination. He actually called the ME a whack job. He also used that the words Karen, but there Jackson was saying it was the ME he referred to as whack job, right? I think previously on Monday, I believe he said that it was he was referring to Karen as a whack job, not to the medical examiner. So I don't know, but now he's saying other. I mean, either way, it's well, the reason why I think it's more consistent or more likely that he said Karen, that he was referring to Karen Reed, was because, I mean, number one, he said it on Monday, but number two, he also has referred to her as a whack job in other text messages as well. So, it just makes sense that that's just in his brain. She's a whack job. She's a whack job, and so that's just how he's referring to her. 40 Doherty question: what, if any, criminal charges could Proctor face after this? Can you be charged with interfering with a police investigation if you are the police? Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff that can come up with related to hiding evidence, to not disclosing evidence. There's some stuff that can come his way. Llama Vomit question: Alita, what does it take to get a case dismissed after the prosecution rests their case? I may be way off base, but is this not one of those situations? Well, this is a case where it is very obvious when you are weighing the evidence that this is an insane case and really should end in an acquittal. However, it's in terms of, like, you've got to go by the kind of analysis that needs to be done for a directed verdict. And there is enough, in my opinion, I think there's enough for the judge to say, no, we're going to proceed to the defense's case in chief. I think that there is, even though it's, do you trust this evidence? Do you not? Do you disregard this evidence? Do you waive it away? The fact is, the evidence has been presented to the jury for them to make the determination. So anything that involves weighing likelihood of whether this is good evidence or not, whether you believe it or not, whether you think it's strong evidence or whether you think it's not worthy of your time to consider, that is the process of weighing the evidence. So that is going to go to the jury. So I really don't think it's going to get dismissed, even though this is, like, to me, a pretty clear acquittal. Baz 80s question: so according to Proctor, the inverted video was changed to look inverted. Yeah, I don't know quite what he thinks he's saying. Triker question: is there an exclusionary order to place to prevent witnesses from watching trial videos? Well, what's different is that he's the investigator in the case, and so he would have been reviewing the surveillance footage anyway. So, it's a little bit different. That doesn't necessarily mean that he was watching testimony, but it means that he was able to review the surveillance footage that purportedly he had already seen. So this is the other question, is like the reason why he was allowed to watch it before is because he's reviewing what he's already reviewed. So when did he watch it? Did he watch it in that manner? Was it re-inverted back to the way it should have been, minus the timestamps now being inverted, or was the original way that he saw it inverted? Like, explain this. He's got to explain this for sure. Pitbull Crew question: can obstruction be charged in this particular case? I've got to look at the elements of obstruction. To be fair, I haven't looked at that, but I should look at that before I give a concrete answer. But possibly. Angry Grape Stoner Legalbytes: was Trooper asked about allegedly looking for nudes on Karen's phone yet? Yes, that came out on Monday. KJ Height question: what would happen if he was shown the defense video? He can be shown on cross-examination for sure, because just to clarify, like, this is what you saw on, yesterday, what you looked at. When was the first time that you saw this version? When was the first time you saw the inverted version? Like, that can definitely be done in the courtroom. Angry Grape Stoner Legalbytes: has Trooper Proctor been asked about the searching for nudes on Karen's phone yet? And if not, do you think it will be brought up? Yes. No, it has been brought up. Stephen Horton question: do you think the trials will be fairer if the jury weren't present? Everything was recorded and everything objectionable was cut out. Video shown to jury after. Well, I don't know, because what is objectionable to one side might not be objectionable to the other side. It kind of depends on the actual definition of some of these things. But juries tend to have a good wisdom about them. There is I like jury trials. I prefer jury trials over a judge trial, because having one opinion versus 12 opinions where people have to talk things out and work things out. I much prefer that for these kinds of trials, for sure. I don't think that necessarily makes it any fairer to put in front of a single judge. Yeah. I'll put it there. Lori Dean, Legalbytes, would Karen Reed's chances of a lawsuit differ from an acquittal as opposed to a not guilty verdict? In a civil case, the burden of the plaintiff side is much lower. So if there is a civil case that follows from the O'Keefe family against Karen Reed, yeah, there's the chances are different because the burden for the plaintiff to prove the case against Karen Reed is very different or it's much lower than the burden that the prosecution has in this particular case to win on this case. Does that mean that they would win? I don't know, because we don't have causation at this point. We still don't have causation at this point. And so I can't say if I think that the civil case even would win, but it is a lower burden for them to meet. Okay, so I think we've got maybe one or two more questions here. Tori Matthews question: can defense bring Proctor back as a witness for their case as a power move? They don't need to. Especially because the judge would ask them, what did you not have an opportunity to ask them initially when he was already here? So the judge would be highly skeptical of that. There has to be a really good reason to call him back, to say that, for some reason, something new came up that they didn't have in front of them already to try to ask him before, because otherwise there's questions about wasting the court's time, wasting the jury's time, all kinds of court resources and abusing the witness, lengthening things out. There's all kinds of things that would come up as arguments against recalling someone unless you have a really good reason for it. Okay. All right, folks, I am going to end the stream now. We are a little bit behind already coming back from lunch. Let's see here, because I think here we've got. And please. All right, folks, we're gonna do like a 5-minute break, and then I'll be right back. We're gonna end this stream. XMO first. Let's get the super chat. Thank you so much for this. Greetings from Hungary. Probably a stupid question, but do defense attorneys have a private investigator at their disposal as they have in series or movies? Oftentimes, yes. Oftentimes, it depends on the resources. Because that's a cost that is ultimately paid for by the client. So, do they have the funds to pay for it? Sometimes that is going to make a difference. And also, is it necessary in a particular case? But in this case, absolutely money well spent for sure. All right, folks. With that, we are going to end the stream, and this is going to redirect directly into the afternoon stream. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, and then we'll get caught up on the next one so that we can finish up the testimony of Trooper Proctor. Maybe we'll be finishing it today. I don't know. Maybe this is cross-examination is going to go for longer than today. Who knows? Otherwise, okay, folks. That's it. Thank you so much for all of your support and for joining with us. Thanks to the mods. Thank you to everybody. I'll see you guys in just a few minutes.